There's still too many buttons. Hello, everyone! Dang it. Right button. Okay, there you go. Are we ready? I think we're ready. I think we got everything. Also, okay, shit, we're still on the starting screen. Alright, let's go ahead. We'll go over to the main screen. Let me just make sure I got everything set up correctly. It's all looking good. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. One thing at a time, right? One thing at a time. We start off. Artemis, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I am paying no attention to the okay at the bottom of the screen. My name is Shisei Kaiga. I'm a Jupiter Brain Self YouTuber. I crash on Earth. I hang out with the Chooms and do art and play games and do silly things. Thank you so much. Let me give you a shout out really quickly. What were you up to, Artemis? Thank you very much for coming in. Hope you had a really good stream. Ooh, Devil May Cry. How'd that go? Did you have fun? Did you have a good time? There we go. Yes, thank you, Artemis, for the raid, and thank you, Mage, for that. Has it really been 5 months already? What the fuck? Thank you for the 5-month resub. That's very kind of you. That's so sweet. Oh, Boydo, welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Standy, hello. Happy Choomsday. I know, it's only Tuesday, but it's June. Happy Pride, everybody. Happy Pride. Hope everyone is having a very good June so far. I hope everyone is in a colorful mood. Playing for DMC has a weird balancing difficulty. Playing my? What do you mean? Yes, so let's just get the background. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link here. So I did pick this one up. I was looking for, so we had the winter background, the holiday background. Oh, first time. Gotcha. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I have never played DMC. I've watched a lot of DMC, but I've never actually played it myself. I think I played a little bit of the first game a long time ago. Like a long time ago. So yes, the background, I was like, we're still using the winter background and it's almost summer. So I still want to get a custom background at some point or make one myself, but I felt like we needed one in the meantime. So I did pick this one up from a fellow on Vijin named Iuno Saku. I thought it was very pretty. So I was like, yeah, this will work for now. And we'll work on a personal one later. We'll get one commissioned. But this felt like a good something to work with, and it felt like a good time to show up with a new background, you know? So, with all that said, we got some other stuff to show off, don't we? Oh shoot, you know what? I think I forgot to do a thing. I think I forgot to grab. Oh no, I did forget to grab. Okay, this will actually be easy enough to set up, so I'll do it in a minute. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to see stuff? Where are we? Hello? Hi! Hello! Hello, all my Chooms! I am here now. I am here. Hello, Sonic! Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. Yes, it's me. It's me. It's the same purple goober as always. Ow. Okay. I honestly, I don't have a lot of a way to like do this more slowly. So, are you ready? Are you excited? I'm excited. I'm super happy with how this came out. I hope you guys like it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ow! Whoa! What the? Ah! Beep, beep, beep. I'll pull back. We'll do a more real. There we go. There we go. That feels better. Yay. Da-da-da. I've always really kind of liked this look, you know, this very like sort of style of dress. And I was like, I can make whatever outfits I want. I can make whatever clothing I want. So I was like, this feels very summery. This feels good. I don't know. This was a very like off and on concept for me because I really liked the idea. And then I started making it. I was like, I don't know. And then I started painting it. I was like, okay, I'm back on board with it. And then I had to rig it up. I was like, I don't know anymore. But I'm very happy with how it came out. I think it's very fluffy. I think it's very light. I'm very happy with it. I hope you guys like it. Also, I can do this. Ah! I can pull my sleeves up if it's getting too hot. If it's getting a little too toasty. And one other thing that I set up with it, because I was getting everything set up and going. I was kind of looking at it and I was like, I don't know. Like, you know, just sort of making sure that everything was compatible, nothing was going to explode or anything. And I was like, oh, that looks really nice. So I wanted to. Aw, thank you. So I set up. That didn't repeat, by the way, did it? It only played the one time. We're still messing around with the new setup, so there's possible something overlaps. There might be doubles. It's okay. So if you guys remember, we had the poncho from last summer, which it is compatible with. They work together. So I just become a tent. I think it was just once. Okay, good. It should obviously just be once, but you never know with these things. So yes, this is gonna be our summer outfit. Let me pull up. You guys probably saw it during the intro, but I will grab our this will work. I'm just gonna grab, so this is the, and I will post this later. But the splash art for this year's outfit. Our summer outfit. Oh! Pocket sand! Pocket sand! During summer? Does this mean we're gonna have a beach episode? Why did that sound effect come through so late? Thank you, Mage, for the bits. Oh no, we're gonna have a... I'm gonna have to bust out the Shantae outfit again. I don't have a dedicated swimsuit. I wonder how well that withstands water. I guess we'll find out. Anyway, so yes, we got all of this. We got our splash art. We got the new background. We got the summer outfit, which I'm very happy. Particularly, I think the flowiness of the skirt came out pretty good. I feel like I could have done a little bit better, but this one was amazingly difficult to throw together. I thought it was going to be easier, and it was not. But I'm happy with the results. I'm just going to turn my sleeves back up again. And then we've got one more thing. Well, two more things. Three more things. It's always one more thing than I think. But we got a couple more things to show. So, let's do the simple ones. So, I'm gonna do a thing. Hi! Hello! I can zoom now. I finally got around to setting up some screen positions. It only took me 3 years. What? So, there's a couple of things in here that are very subtle. Very subtle. So one that has been on my mind, and I found out how to do it like less than a week ago and set it up this weekend, and I'm very happy. But you gotta chat. Are you looking at me? Are you looking at me, chat? Are you looking at me, chat?
You're breathtaking. You're all breathtaking.
You're breathtaking. It's all you. It's all you. Yeah, so I figured out how to get the lenses around my eyes to spin. So they're reactive now. They were just a little static effect before, but I found out how to get them to actually behave more like cameras. And I'm like, yay! So yeah, you guys will probably almost never see it because bit rates suck, but I'm very happy that it's there. And then the other thing that I totally did not take from another streamer when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's so cute, I love it, is I have Ghibli hair now. So when I get surprised, I go, oh. We have fun here. So yes, for the most part, the way I have the model set up, I'm very happy that, you know, I want to add stuff to it. I want to make more stuff. It's fairly easy to just like make new outfits, modify stuff. You know, I'm not really looking at like making a whole new model in the foreseeable future. I'd really rather just upgrade the functionality of this one. So figuring out how to do little stuff like that, you know, improve the tracking a little bit, make the eyes a little more dynamic. Oh, the other one that I actually added in a while ago, but had not rolled out, is there's also a little bit of parallax in the eye. It's very subtle. You can't see it unless you're like really looking at it, but there is just a teeny bit of parallax now. You guys probably can barely even tell, but it's there. Trust, it's there. All right, let me back up. There we go. Okay, so we have one more thing to show. We got one more outfit to show, and I have to hide myself for a second because I don't want a wardrobe malfunction. So I'll be right back. Boop. Just make sure that that actually disappeared. There we go. All right, be back in 2 seconds. There we go. All right. I'm back. Hello. So we got a couple of new things in here. Just a couple of little like clothing elements, right? So instead of my normal undershirt, right, I've got a nice little tube top now. So I got tummy. I got the tummy. Evidence that I have a tummy. And then the other thing is the shirt that I normally, you know, my nice dress shirt, I have it tied around my waist now. So we got a couple of different options, right, that we can mix and match. So these are, I did want to roll these out. These are technically, you know, these are part of the summer thing, but it's not the summer outfit. So we can just kind of blend these with all the other odds and ends and whatever pieces. Right? Just on the regular. I don't know that we'll use the summer outfit like every stream or anything, but you know, we got options. We got all the different options. We can play around with it however we want. So yeah, I'm very happy with how it all came out. I'm glad it all worked, and I'm glad I got started on it when I did, because I was finishing up stuff with the model this weekend, and I was getting stuff ready last night. So we didn't come down to the last minute, but I could see it. I could see the last minute from where we were. Let's make sure we don't expose ourselves. There we go. So yeah, I'm very happy that it all came together. I hope you guys like it. I hope you guys like it. I do want to try and get something done maybe this weekend. Just an emote or something for us to have for the month. But yeah, unfortunately, I frankly, with all the stuff getting this ready, it like completely slipped my mind until this weekend. I'm like, ah, shit. So we'll figure something out. I'll get it ready to go. Hopefully, fingers crossed. But yeah, thank you guys for coming. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the shiny new everything that we got going. And like I said, I'll post the art after the stream, so you guys can see that. Yes, it is a very functional model. So the one thing that I'm a little annoyed about is I put a bunch of work, like a stupid amount of work, into the here. Let me just show you. So the model is completely like functional. Like the sleeves and everything are completely functional with the raised arms. But we can't do them because the mouse input from the main computer doesn't work. So I got all that set up and it is functional, but we can't actually use it. And I'm like, fuck. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. At some point, hopefully we'll get that functionality back and then we will be prepared. Oh, the other thing is I got... Oh, wait, hang on. Dang it. No, hang on. There we go. Okay, and then we're just going to make that very small so that hopefully it doesn't take up too much processor. No, not like that. We got scene lighting enabled again, so we can have a nice, lovely background, nice, lovely color tinting to go with whatever it is that we're doing. So yes, happy June, everybody. Happy June. I know this is not like a massive debut. I don't know. I guess it's a pretty big debut. It's not a whole new model, but it's fun. I'm happy with it. And we're building out a nice library of like seasonal outfits that we can bring in. At this point though, it's like, okay, it's June. So now I need to start thinking about the Halloween costume. That's just how production do be, right? I'm gonna need to get a head start on that, but I can probably take like a month off, right? Honestly, this month in terms of art, I think it's gonna be fairly jam-packed. And there's a bunch of VTuber fan art pieces that I still want to do, but there's other stuff that I want to get to, and I'm like, huh, all right. we're gonna be. I don't know that I want to say scrambling, but we will be busy. There will be a lot that we need to work on. Need is a strong word. There's a lot that I want to work on. But I think it'll be fun. And I hope you guys will look forward to it. Please look forward to it. But yes, happy Pride, everybody. Happy Pride Month. I hope everyone is taking the opportunity, taking the month to love and to accept love, to come as you are, and know that you have value, that you are valid. Yeah, I know. It's like let's get through the summer solstice. Let's celebrate the solstice, and then we can worry about whatever the hell is next. I think that's a good plan. That's a solid 3 weeks of just being in the moment and enjoying the warming weather and being here and now. Yes, I like that plan. I think that's good. I like it. Let's go with that. Okay. So I think all that's good. We can turn that off because once we switch over to Clip Studio, it's not gonna give us a lot of color to play with, right? But I think what we're gonna do, what I know we're gonna do is we've got a commission to work on today. A commission by the very sweet Artemis, who's in the chat. Hi! We're gonna be sort of putting together a piece for them. With a couple of characters gonna be sort of... I think this will be a really interesting one because we have sort of a direction for it, but we're going to be figuring out a lot of the sort of particulars and specifics as we go. So it'll be part... What the fuck is going on with my voice tonight? God damn it. It's going to be part illustration and part design work. So it should be neat. Let me pour myself a bit of tea. Yes? No. There we go. Alright. So, let's go ahead and jump over to Clip, and we can get that started. Oh! Time lapse. Where is the time lapse? Where are you? Where's the right window? God damn it. There you are. Cool. Okay. Now, next question. Where's my pen? I was going back over some of the VODs. I was going back over the VOD for the Haste demo. Yes, it's a Rays of Light. I love this song. If there is one thing about Nier that I like, it's the soundtrack. There you are. Alright, there we go. We're just gonna make sure we're all plugged in. I don't really want to run out of power halfway through the stream or anything. Oh! Oh! Uh-oh. Are you backwards? What the fuck? Hang on. Oh! There you go. Okay. So, yeah, we're kind of starting off from scratch here. So essentially we're gonna have sort of 2 characters back to back. Got sort of a rough idea for like the personality, outfits, accessories, and we're just gonna be sort of playing with it and finding the mood and the attitude for it. We'll sleep to that way too many times playing the game because the song is dangerous. It's a very beautiful song. I think my only complaint is in the game. There's not a lot of instances where it's just sort of played in its entirety. I think a lot of times it just sort of has like rising and falling elements, which is really pretty in its own right, but I kind of just want to be able to like vibe with the song more, you know? Okay. It was too early to start rejecting sketchwork right out the gate, but, you know, we're just gonna kind of go through it and see how it's feeling. Is this working okay? Should all be good. Yeah, okay. I'm standing in the middle of the fucking screen like an idiot. There we go. Honestly, I feel like a lot of the environments in Nier had really nice vibes. And a lot of that does come down to the quality of the soundtrack, I think. I think the soundtrack was really, really good and carried a lot of the emotional weight and thematic, presence of the environment. The environments themselves did not do a lot for me. I feel like that was an era where Japanese games in particular, I feel like really struggled to populate their environments in interesting ways. I feel like it kind of relied more on the imagination to make the environments interesting than what was actually presented on the screen. Okay. So I'm gonna keep going with this sketch for a little bit longer, but I'm definitely gonna toss it in a minute. Also, not to be a copycat, but we're gonna listen to the Expedition 33 soundtrack. Because, holy shit, what a soundtrack. Okay, so if that's gonna be like that, so then you would be potentially down like this. Yeah, I don't like how this is starting out, but it's an okay, just like first pass at it, right? Just kind of get an approximate sense of like where things are sitting, how we want things to sort of balance against each other. Also with this particular sort of arrangement, I'm having a little bit of a hard time setting up the guy in the not the background, but putting the guy behind the lady and having that make sense. May need to put them on separate layers after all, just to kind of make it easier to play around both of them. So I'll just put that off to the side. I think for the sake of fairness, we'll work on the guy first. Just to make sure that he doesn't get ignored, right? Dude, people are... God, the fucking brain rot. It's inevitable. It's an actual virus. Hello, boss. Happy Choomsday. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good start to the week and happy Pride. Yeah. It's our summer outfit. It's our swishy summer outfit. I'm very happy with it. Yeah, way back when I was asking about this, right? I was sort of, aw, thank you. I was asking you guys for some like suggestions or something, and one of the suggestions was something blue. I was like, you know what? Yeah. So yeah, I went more sort of blue tone with it, rather than the more sort of standard purple that I use for a lot of it. And I think it came out very nice. It feels like the right color for it. There we go. Is that good? There we go, yeah. Okay, the other thing that I think I'm gonna need to do is just more chonky. A bigger build. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good Choomsday, boss. Tell me a slow recovery? That's good. I'm sure you want it to be quickly recovering, but at least it is on the mend. It is on the up and up. And that's good. Not the kind of thing that you want to rush. Build this out a little bit more. I don't know if I'm actually gonna get around to Expedition 33. Part of me would certainly like to. But if nothing else, I am very glad that the game exists. I am happy for just seeing more people create incredible work and show like what is possible with games, you know? Okay, yeah, 3 weeks is not that long as far as surgeries are concerned. But yes, at least it is going in the right direction. And yes, I hope it continues to go well. There we go. Should go ahead and save this. Last thing I want is for it to explode. There you go. go. So yeah, compared to what we had before, I feel like it was just like leaning too far forward. This is gonna be, I think, a bit more balanced out. I was watching the VOD from Saturday just to kind of see how some of the stuff was looking, you know, with all the new setup and whatnot. I was just like, holy bit rate. Haste and Hades do not play nice with streaming. There was some crunch in there. I think for the most part it was okay, but there was definitely some parts where it just turned into pixel soup, and I was like, oh guys, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you say anything? Granted, I don't know that there's a lot that I really would have been able to do about it, but I still felt bad. Okay, so I think the other thing that I really don't like about this pose is how much it like puts the arm out in front, right? It like billboards the arm against the view. I don't like the look of that. God, this is so beautiful. Apparently the composer for this game, I just saw this online, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt, but apparently the composer for 33 was 25 years old. So, fuck. Some people just born with it. I don't mind Twitch messing with stuff if they actually come up with something better, right? If we get something good out of it, then fine. Yeah, go nuts. Go to the lab. Go lab it. That's fine. I know they're looking at like higher resolution streams as well, which is fine, but all my monitors are 1080p anyway, so it's not like I would use it. Okay, yeah, so with this, if we have the gun more sort of like angled like this than the arm, how's the arm? The arm's gonna be more like parallel. Yeah. Maybe not quite as hunched up as I have it there, but something more like this. The gun can kind of come down like so. I suppose, sort of conversely, I believe it was Tolkien was like in his 40s or 50s when he started writing Lord of the Rings. So it's like, I don't know. Not everyone's moment comes at the same time, right? You don't know what's going to incite the moment. There's no reason to feel like, oh, you know, I missed it, whatever it is. Maybe it's not here yet. Okay. True. But that's because he was a big nerd. Okay. So I have this, right? And this is working better than what we had. I don't hate it, but I want to try something else. I want to sort of flip the script a bit, just based on what we're seeing here, what we're finding here. What I basically want to try doing now okay, yeah, so how is this gonna work? So if this, so we're gonna have this shoulder up, which is gonna put this down. You pull the Uno reverse. The forbidden technique. So the main thing is just I feel like this is kind of, I don't know, I'm not really feeling the pose. Like it's sort of halfway to being as active as I would like it to be, I guess is a way to say it. So maybe, so I feel like this is a more sort of interesting way to approach it, right? Is essentially what we can do with this. We can show off more of the gun, right? We don't need to put it as hard into perspective. It's not squashed against the edge of the canvas, right? This lets us put more and utilize more of the canvas space, is what I figure. Because Artemis, correct me if I'm wrong, but you effectively want to use this as like a banner, right? A wallpaper, banner, something more horizontally oriented. Correct? So I figure, sort of by that logic, it doesn't really make sense to leave a bunch of the canvas empty and then be jamming everything into the side. This lets us use more of it in a more interesting way. There we go. That said, there's still some weird things that the pose is doing I'm not a huge fan of yet, but I definitely like the general vibe of it more. Are you in Paris or Italy? Well, it's very French, so Paris. Welcome in, Genetic. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're having a good week so far, and happy Pride. I'm just gonna redirect a few elements here. And try a couple of things and see how it looks. No. We're gonna walk it back. There we go. Alright, so yeah, you will go more like that. And basically, I think, sort of continuing to explore out the pose and find the right vibe for it, right? If we have more, like, sort of twist through the waist, I think that can get us somewhere. We can have this leg go back in space, right? Sort of step behind, and then this one can sort of step outwards. Maybe it needs to come more like this. Yeah, okay, I feel like that's getting closer to what we want. Obviously, we gotta refine the anatomy and everything a lot more, but the gesture of it, I think, is getting where we want it to go. Maybe just sort of grab the upper body, nudge it over a little bit to the side. We can sort of reintroduce the contrapposto of the walk as well. Right, so this is sort of slimmed down, straighten out a bit. Yeah, I feel like that's closer to what we want. Not there, not 100%, but something. Enough to work off of for now, at least. And then sort of in a similar vein, we can have our fella over here. Right? Sort of looking over his shoulder. Okay, so this is gonna be the left hand. So yeah, the left hand's gonna be like that. Sort of cupping or supporting the gun, which is gonna be going like this. And then we got the shoulder, we got the upper body, we got that Gygax pecs for days situation going on. Just bachonka. And then yeah, maybe this will kind of like roll around a little bit the other way, right? So you get a little bit of a kick to the hip going in the other direction. This can kind of come out. Let's roll the elbow out a little bit so it breaks the silhouette of the torso. It clears it, rather. And then we can have the iliac crest coming in like that. We got the... Is it the trochanter? What is the trochanter? Trochanter is a bony prominence or projection of the femur. Yes. So yeah, trochanter is down here below the iliac crest, and that's the sort of extension of the ball joint going from the pelvis and creating the femur. Right, so that would, the tuchus will sort of roll around that. We have the quads on top, hammies on the bottom. There we go. Okay, so the one thing is to, I'm gonna try sort of rolling the spine a little bit more, right? So sort of curving the spine up a little bit, which will poof the chest out and sort of straighten the tummy, straighten the abdominals. See, that's the beautiful thing about art. Art is everything. One of the things I really enjoy about doing art is learning about just whatever you got to do for that particular part, that particular project means more learning. And if you're drawing people, you got to learn anatomy and biology. Not necessarily biology to the process of like understanding how organs work and everything, but you still have to understand like where they are and how they sit. You know, you don't necessarily need to go like hard into the math of physics, but you still need to understand sort of the functionality and weight of stuff for it to feel good, feel correct. You know, even if you're doing something like anime, which is, you know, hyper realistic and very exaggerated and fictitious, all of the best work that is, you know, hyper exaggerated still understands the realism. It understands what the rules of nature are so that it can then proceed to break them. If you're just breaking rules without understanding the rules, then that's chaotic, right? You're not actually breaking the rules, you're just doing whatever. Rules of nature. Yeah, I do appreciate you coming to me, Artemis. I really appreciate the commission. I know I can be a little, especially when I'm typing, I can be a little bit like terse, but I appreciate it. There we go. I'm just gonna roll the head forward a little bit, right? This is one of those things, again, like this is a really good anatomy note, is the head does not, you know, turn on a swivel like a fucking owl or something. You know, you have a range of motion, maybe about 90 degrees or so, where the head can just kind of go back and forth, right? And then past that point, to really like completely turn your head, you start to rotate the head forward. Right? The crown starts to come down, so you're kind of like looking at your shoulder, and then the peripheral vision carries you the rest of the way. So if you just turn the head, like without rolling it, then that's gonna look like their neck is breaking. And then if you really want to turn a long way, you know, that's going to become a full body movement. Speaking of which, I think we're going to sort of get in that direction, right? So we're gonna pull the torso around a little bit more. So the center line is gonna be more visible. And this shoulder is gonna be a bit farther out. Which is also gonna pull this elbow back a little bit. I know I wanted it to break the position of the silhouette of the chest, but it might just not be able to do that with the change in pose and perspective. That's okay, because this one will. That said, the other thing I think we'll go ahead and do is just kind of, and this is gonna break everything, but you know what? I don't fucking care. It's fine. And just bring this down a little bit more so it doesn't, like, the dude isn't holding his gun against his forehead. Which is a mood, but it's not necessarily the mood that we want, right? It's more of the, like, I'm too old for this shit kind of energy. Yeah, so the one thing that I think we're losing a little bit compared to the previous attempt, which, I don't know, like, I'm okay with it going in this direction, but Artemis, let me know kind of how you're feeling about it. What I wanted more originally was for them to be back to back, right? With the male kind of looking at her, and she's more, like, focused on her task, her mission, or whatever. Whereas this is, like, it still has that, like, the same line of eyesight, right? That he's looking at her, she's looking out. But it doesn't have that same, like, physical contact between the two. Like I said, I'm okay with it sort of shifting in its own direction. But, you know, let me know if that's something you feel like, no, that's a really good energy and we should try and keep that. We can figure it out. I think what we would probably want to do, because I like the general direction that her pose is going in, so for him, I think we would try and sort of rotate at least the lower body more, right? We would probably try and rotate both of them so that, like, the backs can sit closer together. Let me give this one, let me give the guy one more attempt and see if we can't get something a little bit closer. And admittedly, we're going to lose a lot more sort of the front of the body, right? Because at that point, what we're essentially talking about is, you know, he's sort of standing like this, right? We have the small of the back, we got the shoulder blades, we got the lats sort of coming down like this, oh shit, what is it called? The large muscle group that supports the spine. The erectors. Right, we got the hips coming out like that, trochanters. We got the sort of rib cage and pecs on the other side. Got the sides of the body, right? So this is more sort of facing away from the camera, and we might sort of lean him a bit forward. But then the upper body would sort of be rotating a little bit to go like that, so that you can get that sideways look, that over-the-shoulder look like I was talking about. The erector set. Yeah, that's what it's called. So yeah, I feel like there's a little bit more sort of posing of the two characters interacting this way, but we don't necessarily get as good of a read of the male character, which I think for the purposes of this drawing is not necessarily a good thing, right? I feel like we need that better readability of both of them. I don't know. What do you guys think? How are you feeling about the possibilities here? What do you think is better? Alright. Well, let's explore this option for a little bit longer. And kind of see where this gets us. Okay, the other thing, I'm gonna try rotating the head more like this. God, that looks fucking dumb. Let's see. See if this idea is salvageable or not. There we go. You can go like that. You can go like this. I swear I know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh. Hmm. Okay. I don't like this one, but I'm gonna try one more thing. Just to kind of see if we can get somewhere with the idea. Oh shoot, what am I thinking of? See if I can't find something. I feel like it's a James Bond pose that I'm thinking of. mean, a little bit, but not exactly. Oh, I wish I knew what I was looking for. It would make it a lot easier to do this. Kind of. I mean, that's definitely very much what I had, what I was sort of aiming for initially. With that, right? And if we go back to that, I think that'll definitely be a good reference, but I want to try one more thing, which is going to be a little bit different. Yeah, let's hide this for a minute, just so I'm not sort of fussing with it quite so hard. There we go.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so you got sort of the chest roll, abdominal, hip, pelvis. Got the far side, and then this leg is sort of... Alright, let me check. Yeah, so yeah, if we go back to the more sort of standing pose, I think that's definitely the right direction for it. But what I'm sort of playing around with, kind of want to see, is more sort of like a leaning in. Right, so if we're still keeping the sort of two-handed grip, which I think would make sense, right? Then this arm would be coming up like this. This one is the one actually holding the gun. And then, yeah, the shoulder would sort of be going back like this. Maybe bring this arm down a little bit, just so we see a bit more of like the collar area. It's not quite so compressed. Yeah. And then if we can actually size these two up to feel a bit better next to each other, right? Okay, I like the direction of this. Right, so if this is sort of the center line of the body, it's like leaning more that way and then sort of twists back around to support a forward movement towards the viewer. Let me double check that pose for that. Yeah. I feel like that's working better. And then we come back to the assassin's pose, because I feel like it's a good start, and I like sort of the way that she's like holding the gun. I just don't like the way she's holding her weight, you know? So we'll see if we can get that feeling a little bit better. fair, the gun is very front heavy. True. It is very front heavy. Yeah, mostly I'm just trying to figure out how to sort of get it to like have the right one, as you say, to carry the weight in the right way, and two, just to have a good like hang on. I think I have this backwards, actually. Probably should have done this on new layer, but whatever. There's no reason to get married to any of this. We're definitely not in a committal situation with anything that we're drawing right now. We're just exploring ideas. Son of a bitch. I really don't like the way that they modified the anchor point system. It just doesn't feel as good. It made more sense in the old setup. One thing I wish more software did was support legacy systems. I wish it was like, hey, we have this new thing, but if you don't like it, here's how you can turn it off. Okay. I'm gonna turn that off. I like the guy's pose. I like the guy's pose, so we're gonna keep going in that direction. But I just want to try this again, because I feel like we didn't quite get it. There we go. No. Hang on 1 second. I need a heavy thing. I know where I have a heavy thing. 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I'm posing it out. I wish I had a camera, but I can make do. Okay, so gun is raised. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay. Now if I were to twist it. Okay. Sorry, I'm working through the pose, trying to figure out what it is I'm trying to do here. Okay, so that is going to be one long bow. And then that shoulder is going to be raised. The left shoulder is going to be down. Right arm is going to be doing a lot of the action. The left arm is going to be essentially bracing the weight of the gun. So that's going to be sort of pressing against the torso to help support it. Okay. That makes sense, quote unquote. So let's try it. Oh, yes, the power of cat ears will help me solve this problem. Okay, so essentially, what I think we're gonna want is one big bow, right? This is gonna be the right side of the body, effectively, and then the left side is gonna be compensating for how, like, straightened out this is gonna be. All the sort of compression, all the weight support, the weight distribution is gonna be going through the left side of the body. This shoulder is going to be elevated. This one's going to be down. It's going to be like that. This arm is going to be lower. And I think I exaggerated a little bit, but that's okay. I feel like yeah, it's closer, maybe, but it doesn't feel quite right yet. Okay, I feel like it's sort of technically correct, but it's not thematically correct. Where are you again? Okay, you're right there. Almost had it. Hey, good morning, Jack. Happy Pride. Hope you're having a good week so far. Good start to June. We're trying out some posing ideas, seeing if we can't get something going for this here piece. I'm trying for some dramatic sniper rifle holding. How are you doing? Cool. There we go. So maybe bring her a little bit forward, right? Okay, and then I think this arm, I think we're getting a lot closer, right? But I just want to add a little bit of perspective into this arm. One, just so it doesn't quite obscure our male character as much, and just adds a little bit more like dynamism into the pose, right? Part of the thing that I think is really challenging about line drawing like this, right, is not just sort of flattening everything against the canvas. Trying to remember, it's like, oh, things are in perspective, things are gonna, you know, grow and shrink and not just all sort of be like a flat Byzantine billboard. I think that's a big part of why some of the stuff doesn't feel right. It's like, yeah, it doesn't work if you just lay it all flat. But once you get the actual correct perspective built into it, it starts to make more sense and feel better. Also, if I could properly draw hips to save my fucking life, that would help a lot. I'm just saying. Oh, I'm sorry you're sick. Hopefully the stress alleviates and June goes better than it started. No, I think I want to keep this leg kicked out to help sort of balance the weight, right? Distribute it more. And we're not going to draw like down below, essentially like mid-thigh level, so I don't need to resolve it too far. Just far enough that we have a good understanding of like how that's working. And sort of want this feeling of like preparing, you know, lining up something sighted. You know, not ready to take the shot, but you know, getting in that direction. I'm glad you think so. I feel like the way I draw hips sucks, but I'm trying. I'm trying to get better about hips. There we go. Your chin's a little bit sharp. There we go. There we go. Hey, Tech. Happy Choomsday. Happy Pride. Hope you're having a good week so far. Aw, thank you. Here, I'll shut off one more time. I'll shut off one more time. Oh. We got the, where is it? There it is. We got the bunchy sleeves. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. I'm glad it came out as well as it did. It was very touch and go for a while, but I think it came out alright. There we go. Alright. I feel like this is going in the right direction at least. I feel like the posing is getting closer. I was only thinking about that. And dude's just like, damn. Damn girl, what them hips doing? Okay, so yeah, I feel like that's going in the right direction at the very least. So I don't think we need to start another drawing. I think we can just keep cleaning up and refining this one. And chat's probably like, oh thank God. Finally. Refine some of the shape. I don't want to make too like narrow of a waistline, like a well-defined waistline without being overly thin. You got sort of the sides of the rib cage and the latissimus dorsi. Help give that a little bit of shape, right? Well, if there is something that you're like, oh, I feel like this is important to the idea, do let me know. I think, yeah. Upper body's a little too tall. bring it down maybe like that. So now I think, yeah, hips are too wide. Hips are too wide. Namely, I think this one's too far out. This one makes more sense to have more exaggerated, right? That's sort of the side that's getting the torso compression and everything. But this side is just kind of flying. I don't really, I'm not really feeling it yet. What's up, Sonic? So yeah, if we have the center line, right? We have the center line, we have sort of the abdominals right here. We've got the sort of groin area. We've got the catch of the iliac crest. And then this goes down here, right? So that's sort of the pelvis region that then comes down to the trochanter. And this, I think we're gonna sort of angle down a little bit, so that's a bit sharper. And then this can come down like this. Too many good cassettes. Well, especially if you're trying to get a lot of them on a good budget, then yeah, waiting for the sale I think makes more sense. Well, yeah, do let me know, Artemis, if there's something that's like should go in a different direction. Cause yeah, I'm just kind of fussing it out right now. I think it's getting somewhere, but it still needs a lot of experimenting. So yeah, I got the waist, iliac crest, goes down to the trochanter. This is the part that I mess up a lot of the time. Is the hips sort of have multiple layers to it, right? It's not a single slope that just goes down into the leg. There's the waistline that comes from muscle groupings. There's the hip bones, the pelvis, which goes like that, and then you have the trochanter, which sort of forms this part. And I typically sort of shorthand the trochanter section to the point of it getting lost a lot of times. I need to stop doing that. Alrighty, boss. I hope you continue to feel better. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a really good rest of your week. I'll see you next time. I'll say goodnight. Plus, we'll be able to hide some of it underneath the outfit, right? We always want to have at least decent anatomy and posing for the clothing to go on top of. But if there are weird little particular odds and ends, we can always hide it a little bit. It's bad of me. It's bad of me to admit that, but it's also true. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try one more thing just based on some reference images, and I just want to see if this works. It might look good. It might look like ass, which is why I saved off a copy of it. Oh, does that mean it's time to go upon crazy? Got that sponsor money? Twitch crash. Oh. like that more. I like that more. And not just because it, like, adds a major cant to the butt. Artemis! What the hell? You already paid for the commission. You don't need to subscribe. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Get supported. No! Nice starving artist persona. Okay, I'm just gonna hide the dude for a second. Just to sort of have this in perspective. Okay. I like this more. I feel like this just does a more interesting thing. And if we sort of tilt this over a little bit more, I think that gives us a bit more room as well to sort of have, you know, the side of the pelvis be visible. See, this is the other thing that I'm talking about, like having the pelvis be a different body part than the trochanter and the thigh is very important, especially as you start to sort of turn the body like this and need to have them sort of operate differently. Trying to clean the shape up a little bit more and refine it. I do think it's going in the right direction at the very least. Just as a point of comparison. So this is what we had before. I think this is working better. I am gonna sort of undo some of the adjustments that I'm doing here and try and, like, I want to straighten this leg back out. Right, so that this is more sort of oriented like this. And then you can go like that. Lower that down a little bit more, right, to help sort of get that kick of the leg going more exaggerated. Yeah. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're actually finally getting somewhere. You know, there was a really big announcement I saw today. Eden, big fan, Eden has for 4 years streamed every day of the week. She has streamed Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for 4 years. And announced today that, you know, she's got stuff going on. She's planning to get a puppy and everything, and has made the decision to, I believe she said, stream only 5 days a week now instead of all 7. And, you know, I yes, only 5 days a week. So, you know, I commented, lending my support, saying, like, you know, I think what you do is really good. I think your dedication is really amazing. But one of the things that I was sort of thinking about, and the reason that I brought it up is, you know, I think with anything, for everyone, obviously, it's really important to maintain a balance, right? Work-life balance, you know, variety of things that you do, you know, to not get sort of, what's the word? You know, to not get too lost in one direction or anything, right? Balance is important. But I think it's also important to recognize that as time goes on, as things change, as your situation changes, that balance is going to change. What the balance looks like is going to change, right? And like in Eden's case, she already has her cat Athena and she's looking at getting a dog. Like, that is a big change, and that's going to require different things from her. That is going to change the shape of the balance, and yeah, it might mean that something else needs to be more secondary. You know, she had, like, she said very clearly in the post, it's like, this is not graduation, I am not stopping streaming. I just need to, you know, be able to take time to not stream and work on these other things. But I think, you know, being aware of the situation, having the sort of presence of mind to say, I gotta do that, I gotta be able to do that, I think that's really important too. As I think a lot of times, myself included, people will try and, you know, maintain their status quo, maintain their current sort of state of being and way of doing things, and then just kind of throw stuff on top of it, right? They don't necessarily update the bounds. They're like, okay, well, we'll just do this too. Then we'll just do this too. Oh, and then there's that, and then we'll add that. Yeah, we can do that as well. And then suddenly they're underwater because they're trying to maintain the balance that they have been doing in addition to 4 more things, right? And it's like, that's not balanced anymore. That's completely out of whack. So, you know, for Eden in particular, I think good job sort of being aware of how priorities are shifting, how things are shifting, and being ahead of that. I think that's really good. And just for people in general, you know, for all of you guys, and for all the VOD watchers who might be listening, just being aware of, like, are things changing for me? And if they are, what do I need to do to sort of recalibrate and make sure that I'm staying on top of the needs of what's going on in my life. Yeah, honestly, like at this point, I could probably afford to get a dog. I'm pretty sure the place I'm renting does not let me keep... It might let me do small dogs. I don't think I could have a large dog. I'm pretty sure that would be against our lease agreement. Honestly, the main reason that I have not much more seriously considered getting a dog is because I know that would take a lot of time and effort, and I want to be sure that if I'm going to get a dog, I can do that for them. I can be a good dog parent, and I don't know that I could be. I like where this is going. Okay, Artemis, be honest with me. The current pose, which I think is very accurate to how one would hold a gun, is going to pretty much 100% cover the booba. Is that important? We can try and reconfigure the pose if having the goils out is gonna be a really important aspect of it, but otherwise I think we're just gonna go for the more accurate pose, which is gonna have it be about chest height. Okay. If you're fine with it, then we'll keep it. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to be a problem. Okay. Also, I think I'm gonna narrow down the torso a little bit. It's getting just a little too wide. And this gives us a nice sort of very vertical through line, right? Once all is said and done. Slim down the shoulder a little bit. No, not so much actually. We want to keep the deltoid into the collar feeling very primed and powerful. Right? That's what's sort of doing a lot of the heft of the gun right now. Care more about the hair than the boobs. Saw the person, they show no booba normally. True! And that is one of the reasons. Honestly, that is one of the reasons that Saber is like one of my all-time favorite character designs. Like, yeah, she's still an attractive anime woman, but she is not sexualized, right? Tends to dress pretty conservatively. Her armor feels very, I wouldn't say it's like 100% practical. It still has a lot of, you know, fantasy anime concessions, but it definitely feels much more like focused on, you know, like a good armor design than a sexy armor design. Do you personally respect anyone regardless of what they believe in? Interesting question. Welcome in, RJ Boss. I hope you are having a good June and happy Pride. I think the main concern that I have, or the main reason that I wouldn't respect people, is if their beliefs do not support the well-being of others. Here we go. That's feeling pretty good. I like the direction that, and obviously the gun is like bendy and such, which doesn't really work for us, but you know, we'll figure that part out. Figure it out in post. Yes, we'll fix it in post. That's it. I'm gonna sort of mime out a little bit more of the outfit just so that Twitch doesn't think we're drawing nudes or anything. But I do want to get back over to our pilot figure, our pilot character, make sure that we're sort of bringing up the whole thing in tandem, right? We don't want one part of the drawing getting like super complete and done and feeling like all the way, and then the other one is just like a stick figure, right? One thing I'm still bad about, I need to practice more, when drawing chests in general, like this is true for if you're drawing just pectorals, or if you're drawing breasts, you know, however sort of the construction of the chest is concerned. Oh no, I'm fine, I'm fine. Trust me, I've drawn way worse. Is the chest is not like all mounted on the front, right? It's not a shape on the side of a box. It has volume. It's going to wrap around, right? So, you know, the pecs do go up and actually root sort of right below the deltoid, which is part of how they can pull the arm forward. But then they also, you know, go around the side, and the breasts kind of root into the side of the chest as well. So the breasts don't like pin up here and then come down. They actually come more like this. And then depending on, you know, the size of the breasts, they're going to potentially hang farther down. So you don't want to draw this weird little thing where like everything is pinching right into the armpit. It's going to be more sort of down in this area. And if I really wanted to sort of sketch out the volumes of it, it might go something like that. That's a little bit helpful just to kind of have some sense of like where the outfit needs to connect in. Right? Yeah, the sleeve sort of coming around like that, and then rooting in, and then the sort of folds of the armpit underneath the sleeve. I like that. Honestly, there was that whole kerfuffle with the not safe for work thing that I'm pretty sure lasted less than 24 hours. God, that was such a mess. I was honestly a little bit annoyed when that happened, because I think we had the stream on Tuesday, and then they announced the policy change on Wednesday, and then they had revoked the policy change by Thursday morning. I was like, this entire thing happened between our streams. We never got the chance to exploit it. I was so mad. Please check one thing really quickly. Okay, cool. I'm gonna make one little change to the pose of the arm, which is more sort of stylistic than anything, but I want sort of a pronated pose, right? So I want the hand to be a little bit more sort of like upward oriented, kind of like what we did on the Helldivers drawing. A lot of this, I think, is coming from some of the lessons, we learned from that drawing, right? That the gun, like the hand is going to be pretty much out to the side, but if I tilt it a little bit forward, a little bit pronated, so that the base of the hand, or like the heel of the hand, is a little bit out, I think that'll look nice, and then it'll also sort of pull this like that. Let's also bring the elbow in a little bit more. Doesn't make me wonder if there's any real plan going on. No! Standing! Come on. Come on, Jim. No. Nobody has a plan over at Twitch. Nobody has a plan with any of this. And like, okay, so the big thing to me, I mean, you guys know where I stand in terms of not safe for work art and nudity and body positivity and all of that, right? I don't think anybody should be ashamed to depict a human form. But I can understand, you know, trying to create an environment that's going to be supportive for people. Okay, let me cut to the point that I'm actually trying to make rather than try and sort of sit on both sides of the fence here. The big fuck up was not the decisions that they made, it was how they made the decisions, right? The fact that they just shadow dropped a major policy change on everybody. People that were for it, people that were against it. There was no lead up. There was no announcement that it was going to happen. There was no, at least as far as I'm aware, there was no consultation on how such a policy should be implemented or considerations of what the ramifications would be. There was no discussion of, you know, how any of this was going to work. And as far as I can tell, a number of systems were not updated, right? Because a number of people got temporarily or more permanently banned. Like, they got in trouble for, you know, they got effectively reported. They got like raid or hate reported. But the systems had not been updated to accommodate the changes in policy, so they just got bonked for doing nothing wrong, but the system still thought they were doing something wrong. I mean, maybe, but you can't do that when you're the head of a. I mean, I know Twitch is just a little indie company, right? It's just kind of a small operation, just figuring it out as they go. I get that, but you still got to be more responsible. Change without clarifying the boundaries, and oh boy, do people find them. They sure did. People immediately fucked around and found out. And I'll be honest, as much as I am, you know, nettled that we didn't get a chance to partake in the revelries. I think even if we had done a stream, I wasn't about to start, you know, jumping in and drawing boobs and butts to go just hog wild. The moment that I had the opportunity, I would have waited a couple of weeks to see how things shake out and see if there were going to be any policy changes. And sure enough, there were policy changes. But I don't know. I think if they had the shower thought and then discussed it internally and then maybe brought a few streamers in, you know, high profile art streamers to discuss the pros and cons, maybe a couple of other people to discuss the pros and cons, their legal team to discuss it, I think everyone would have been a lot happier. Oh yeah, people were drawing some shit. Yeah, I think the two things that really annoy me, the two things that I really don't like about it more than anything were, one, the way that it was just chaotically implemented and ultimately did negatively impact at least a few people, right? That's a big one for me. But the other thing that I really dislike about it, and I will absolutely hold Twitch to the fire over, is I feel like there is an uneven treatment of different streamers in different groups. that some people are able to get away with a lot more than other people are. And that I'm absolutely not okay with. I'm gonna be honest, that guy that came in and asked the question earlier, my mouse was hovering on the ban button. I was really expecting him to say something else, and then I think they just didn't. Which, I don't know, saves me a bit of stress, I appreciate that. We just kind of went on a journey there. We just went on a nice little route. Didn't really accomplish much, but it felt good. And sometimes that's what it's all about. So I'm just gonna throw a wild thought out here. This is gonna be a wild thought. It might be an unpopular thought. It might be a bad take, but I'm gonna take it anyway. I do not think we should have a singular streaming platform that caters to every audience. I think in trying to make a rule set that works for everybody, that is all-encompassing and all-inclusive, is like, you're not going to make everybody happy. You're not going to be able to accommodate everyone and everything. I think it makes sense to have different platforms for different purposes, for different needs, for different audiences. And I think it's more just sort of a problem with the modern internet of trying to consolidate everything into singular, monolithic platforms that can sort of do everything. That result in, like, whatever happens with Twitch in a given month, a given day. I think we just need to have, like, a big part of the reason that I'm on Twitch is because, one, this is kind of where I got started, right? I started following a lot of streamers and whatnot on here, and then started streaming myself. But also, you know, I like to be able to rate people, and they're on Twitch. And so, I kind of stuck here. You know, we have the built-in audience that we have, or not audience, but we have the you know, sort of ecosystem that we have. But, I don't know, if there were other platforms, I could imagine some people being like, well, this one works better for our group, and so you would sort of have different groups of people migrate to different platforms, and they sort of build their own personalities and cultures. I feel like that would be preferable to everybody sort of having to share the same space and rub shoulders and run into problems the way that we do. What are we doing on size comparison here? Okay. I think what we gotta do is make the head a little bit smaller. Okay, let's do it this way. We're gonna grab you, because we got the torso, so we're gonna make it a little bit bigger. It's like 10%. I'm gonna put him a bit down, because he's like, you know, sort of leaning forward, running forward. And then we're gonna grab the head and scale it down so that they're more aligned with each other, maybe a teeny bit bigger. Yeah. Good. Okay. And then the other thing is just that the forearms are way too fucking long. This gun looks silly. Alright. I hope your head feels better, Mage. And thank you. I'm glad you like the outfit. I'm very happy with it. I'm glad you guys like it too. I imagine it's not what most people were expecting. But I don't know. I'm just happy to have it. I hope you feel better in the morning. I hope you have a really good rest. A really good rest of your week. I don't know what's going on with my voice tonight. Everyone say goodnight. I should just not talk. Also, what's going on with this guy's badonkadonk back here? God damn. There's some junk in the trunk. Fuck. Might not be a pilot after all, might be a pig smuggler, because he's smuggling some hams in them pants. Ugh. Also again, so I know we're putting like a flight suit over this guy. And flight suits are very baggy. So having, you know, the exact perfect anatomy, chiseled abs and all that is ultimately pointless. But we want to have good anatomy to put our clothes on top of. Because if we don't have good anatomy underneath, the clothing isn't going to look good either. It's going to look weird. It's not gonna sit correctly if the body that it's sitting on is not correct. This arm is fucked. This arm is fucky. Hang on. You can skin tie it. No, I'm not saying we need to make it skin tight. I'm just saying the reason that I'm putting so much effort into a body that we're ultimately going to end up covering is because it's still important. Let's see. I think a lot of it is essentially sort of the same thing that I was pointing at with the other arm, right? Where we're billboarding it, we're not sort of taking the perspective into account. I'm just gonna move this off to the side while we figure this out, right? So this arm is gonna be more sort of tucked behind the torso. This one's gonna be out here, and it's gonna have the elbow. So I think we'll sort of shrink it down a little bit, right? We'll add some more perspective to it. And then that's gonna go like that. And you're gonna go like that. And we'll sort of roll the shoulder a bit more forward. We got the underside of the elbow right in there. And then yeah, this arm is essentially going to sort of come up more like this. So now we can see about bringing that back in. And then maybe in sort of a similar fashion. Okay, I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try one thing just to see how it looks, because it might be a bit more, might be a bit cooler, might be a bit more action-y, more dynamic, right? Sort of bring this down. I don't know why I bothered to do that if I'm just gonna erase the entire thing, but it felt important. It felt like part of the process. Looks like a ray gun right now. There you go. display that against the other character. Not that one. There we go. No. No. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try one more time. Because I feel like we're getting close. I like the overall idea of it, right? I like the overall idea. We just need to sort of figure out how to get it to sit where we want it to sit. And I think rather than sort of open the chest up like I was trying to do with that last attempt, we're gonna lean into the pose more. So we're gonna have the chest really be to the side. Right. So we're really looking at the side of the ribs, the side of the abdomen. And then the torso will sort of tilt backwards, or tilt, the hips will sort of rotate towards the camera to support the running direction. But it's sort of like bowing the shoulder forward, rolling the shoulder into the action. Which will sort of put the arm more behind the character like this. There we go. Yeah, I like that more. I like that more, I think. How's that feeling to you guys? You can sort of have a little bit of the shoulder visible over top, right? But for essentially we're going to see a lot more sort of the back of the character, right? As it sort of goes over it like that. And we're going to grab these two. We're going to scale the whole thing up. Right. And then I think we'll take our male character and bring him down just a little bit. Sort of like that. You know, just to sort of accentuate the lean and have them not be on quite the same height level, right? I admit where we are right now is very different from where I had initially planned it to go, right? Like if we go back to the original drawing, it was a much more like static pose. But they're both just kind of standing there. I don't know, in some ways I find static poses to almost be harder to do. I feel like with static poses, it's really easy to just sort of get into this like blocky buildup of the anatomical sections, right? It's like you got the shoulders, the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, the legs, and they all just kind of end up sitting on top of each other or, you know, adjacent to each other, which looks really boring. I feel like when you get into dynamic posing, you get a lot more like consideration of through lines, you get considerations of big and small, you get, you know, curved versus straights. And it just feels, I don't know, in some ways it's almost easier for me to do a dynamic pose. It's easier for me to do an action pose than it is to do just like a standing pose. Sorry, standing wave. If you ever ask me to draw you, you might be shit out of luck. That was a terrible joke, I apologize. This fucking One Punch Man looking motherfucker. There we go. I'm mostly drawing the eyes this way because I want to get the, you know, the perspective of the head, the wrap of the skull. And don't want it to all be, you know, straight on flat planes. The other big sort of challenge that I think I'm gonna have with this, not really a challenge, but just sort of a difference. Did you guys know me? When I do my sketches, I tend to leave them very rough. Whereas this is just gonna be like outline and flat color, right? It's gonna be sort of a different visual look. But it does mean that the outline work, we're gonna have to make sure that that sits well, looks good. We can't leave a bunch of icky, sketchy lines with all this like leftover artifact junk lying around. Hey, T-Shaw. Aw, cute. I'm glad you like it. I'm very happy with it. Let me zoom back so you can see the whole thing. Let me show you. I can do a new thing. If I get surprised, I get ghibli hair. I'm like, ooh. How are you doing, T-Shaw? Happy Pride Month. Happy June. Oh! And be going tired. I feel that. I feel that very much. Good job hanging in there. I hope you can get some rest soon. You guys a little bit. Our fella here is a little chonky. It's a little chonky. I think we can clean him up a little bit. Can you guys tell I don't draw men very much? This arm is getting very tree trunk. We got the deltoid. It's gonna come up over like that. And then we've got the muscles for the shoulder blade. And then we've got the tricep, which will sort of go like that. Right, and the skin sort of smooths out all the muscle groups, so we don't have like weird lumps of skin that don't ever connect to each other, right? We get these nice sort of rolling forms. Important little bit of anatomy for anyone that is curious with these sketchy peeps. So this is a commission by Artemis. Make sure the upgrade to the full illustration. We can look into that later, if that's all right. Okay, so yeah, we got the pecs, which are gonna be going like that. Okay, so yeah, here's a weird little disconnect. But yeah, this is two of Artemis' characters. So we're sort of doing some design work and then also sketching them out. Okay, yeah, so what I'm seeing, what we need to resolve, is essentially we have the upper body, which is going like this, right? We have sort of the upper body, the pecs, which will come around like that. But then the rest of the rib cage and the abdominals are not agreeing with that, right? The rest of the body is not agreeing with the perspective and positioning of the upper body. So I think what we gotta do to sort of make those two happier is we're gonna sort of bring this down, and then we have to sort of add some perspective like this, right? So the arm is essentially going to have more of a like overlapping shape on the upper body. And this will sort of straighten out as a consequence, right? The far side of the body is sort of getting stretched as this side is getting compressed. the other thing that maybe we can do is just sort of bring the angle of the collar down a little bit. Just so that the sort of perspective of the pecs isn't quite so severe and it doesn't clash quite as harsh. There you go. Yeah, so now we've got part of Assassin's games. Gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, as you like tilt to one side, as you sort of rotate through the spine, the iliac crest, the top of your pelvis and your rib cage will sort of compress together, and you get this like squishing of the abdominal muscles. The fuck, what are these called? The obliques will sort of compress and squash outwards as they get sandwiched by the bony landmarks. Yeah, sorry, I think I kind of trailed off while I was answering your question. Okay, that feels better though. Why don't we put some hair on this guy so he's not looking like such an egg? Just a little bit of hair, right? Got a fade on the side. Maybe not quite that much. It's getting a little DBZ. Get a little DBZ on the top there. Let's ease it back. Towards the end. No worries, Tisha. I appreciate you popping by to say hello. I hope you get some really good rest. I hope you have a really good rest of your week. I'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Why am I so big? Why am I so big? Back up. Back up. Get more refined with the eyes later. This is a fine starting point. Okay, and then let's see. So we got the flight suit. It's gonna be an interesting collection of odds and ends. Let's see, what do they have for... Okay, so it's like a collared jumpsuit. With maybe a shirt underneath. Got it. There we go. Oh no. You saw my anime preferences, now I can never get married. And then this whole sort of neck cushion thing, a little bit underselling it. It should be a bit more than that. The nice thing about watching people stream RPGs is unless you're there for every stream and like actively paying attention to it, it's kind of hard to get spoiled. Because you come back and you're just like, I have no idea what's going on. Especially something like Expedition 33, which is so psychedelic in a lot of its like visual language and whatnot. That's like, as long as I'm not paying really close attention to the dialogue, it's kind of hard to be like, to know what any of it is supposed to be. Okay, that's a good start. So many NPCs in... I'm gonna be honest, I kind of assumed Baldur's Gate 3 had a limited number of encounters. It's not like it spawns random encounters. Okay, and then... So there is a separate... shirt. Okay, yeah, so the pants and shirt are actually separated. I suppose that makes sense. I just kind of always assumed they wore a onesie. Or maybe they do, because these are chaps. Oh, this is very complicated. Huh. Okay, well the important part is there is a visible waistline. It does with mods. Oh, so you cheated. Artemis, question for you. Because you say you play a lot of flight games. Have you played Project Wingman? Our boy's still got too much junk in the trunk. I want to so bad. I really like Project Wingman. I really liked it. It's kind of Ace Combat, but better. In a lot of ways. There's definitely some places where it's like, oh yeah, they definitely didn't have the resources of Ace Combat, and it kind of shows, but I think they also trimmed a lot of the fat to just get at the parts of Ace Combat that are really fun. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret about the game, just so that you can, you know, make the decision for yourself. So there is a secret character that is only in the game if you fly a two-seater plane. And that's all I'll tell you. I will let you do with that information as you will. I just want you to know that is there because I played through the entire game with single seater craft, and then I found out about that character, and I was like, "Fuck! I gotta play it again." Secret character. That's the real tough part, right? Is a lot of the like best planes, the best statted planes, are single seaters, and so it's like, does it? Which one is more important to me? And the answer is the secret character. The answer everyone agrees on ultimately is the extra character is worth it for the voice lines and everything, but. Yeah, I just wanted to save you the trouble of getting through the entire game and then finding out. Is your voice hot? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so there's a lot of equipment. There's just a lot of bags. Billions and billions of bags. And then maybe we can see a little bit of the hose and the mask. Honestly, I kind of thought that's not enough. Honestly, I thought the fight suit would be a lot more complicated. Like, there's definitely a lot to it, but it's fairly easy to break down and, like, get an understanding of the components of it. If we just put that right there. We've got the belt, right? Belt's coming around like this. Yeah, I don't really like where the face is sitting that much right now, but that's a fix for later. Right now we're just worrying about blocking everything out, which, on that subject, our pilot fella, I think at this point has honestly gotten more completed than our assassin lady. So, we're gonna flip back. We're gonna flip back and work some more on her design, her outfit. Let me see. to hide the pod for a second. Getting a little confused, a little distracted. Sort of adjust the shape and proportioning of the torso. There we go. Narrow it down a little bit. So one little anatomical lesson that I was taught, it's a good way to sort of mind, you know, how you're defining shapes and everything, is the body doesn't naturally form concave shapes. If there are concavities on the body, it is typically a result of like the skin sort of draping or, you know, stretching between two convex shapes, right? So if you have like two muscle groups next to each other and the skin wraps over it, between the muscle groups the skin might sort of dip in a little bit and form a concavity, but it's not going to, like, there is no sort of natural depression that is like the actual shape that is made by anything. Right, so you get this sort of concave shape, but that's, you know, the convexity of the rib cage and the hips. And then the abdominal sort of level it out a little bit, but the end result is concave. Yeah, you might get a little bit of a concave shape here, where the forms are sort of wrapping over. You know, the biceps are coming out, the pecs are coming in, and they sort of form a curve, but there's no actual form like defining that happening. Okay, let's put a little bit of work. So we're gonna get the collar going here, right? And sort of lead that down through the jacket. And then thin down the leg a little bit more. Just a hair. That's a bit better. Okay. Then, yeah, she's got the skirt, which is gonna sort of come up over this leg, right? And then down around that leg. Wrap the shape around like that. Cool. I think it's getting there, right? Can maybe have the jacket sort of, because it's twisting with the body, right? So maybe sort of cover this side a little bit more like that. Let's actually keep this pretty minimal. There's a lot of the sort of bagginess of the jacket will be on this side. I'm gonna try a thing. I wanna try a thing. I wanna try a thing. You can tell me if you like it or not. I want to experiment. I'm gonna walk this back. We're gonna bunch up the sleeves. We're gonna sort of pull the sleeves up to like here. So it'll be a bit more scrunching. And sort of do the same thing on the other side, right? So we'll sort of go like that. So you can have like a skin suit or a body suit that goes up the neck like so. So that can sort of cover everything underneath. Where the fuck did the boobs go? On yo. There we go. And just kind of thin these lines out so they're not so weighty and distracting. Alright. How's that feeling? How's this looking so far? Okay. Cool. I'm glad you like it. If anything is like standing out, anything you're like, oh no, not that, just let me know. Just shout it out. You can try and pivot. I'm just sort of experimenting for the most part, right? Straighten this out a little bit just to keep it from getting too distracting and sort of breaking the overall
You're watching
flow.
this video sitting down. I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
Oh, thank you. Oh. Oh, thank you for the reminder. I definitely needed it. It is warming up. You must stay hydrated. That said, all you tunes as well. Please be sure. Stay hydrated, take a drink break. Water, tea, milk, juice. I suppose energy drinks. Because mist. Yeah, gotta keep the cooling running. And hello, Night. I hope you're having a good Choomsday. Happy Pride. And thank you for the head pants. Nice. Glad you had a good time with it. Did you rack up any W's? Nice. Sounds good. I have still not bought Repo. Because I feel like at this point a lot of the excitement around it is kind of dropping as I knew it would. I think my friends that were most into it have moved on to playing a lot of V Rising, which admittedly does sound somewhat intriguing. I might give that a try at some point. Though I gotta say, I was watching someone explain Dune Awakening, and it sounds more interesting than I gave it credit initially. Like, I just kind of looked at it and expected, like, a movie tie-in game. But it actually looks kind of cool. I don't know that I would love it. It might still be a little too PvP-centric for me, but there's some intriguing elements in there. And the fact that, like, the environment is such a core aspect of how you survive and how you play does seem pretty cool. So I don't know. It's definitely gonna be a wait and see for me. Might pick it up on sale, but I'm definitely more intrigued by it now than I was like even a week ago. I'm gonna be keeping much more of an eye on it, which is to say, any eye at all. What are you doing? The soundtrack is 8 hours long. I'm sure it includes a lot of little odds and ends, but still. Had V Rising since launch. It's amazing level of freedom rebuilding is. Yeah, my friends seem very happy with it. They've definitely put a lot of work into their castles. They were saying too, like it's very satisfying how much sort of reward there is. Like you get stuff and you can use pretty much anything. I don't know. I feel like I very briefly played Minecraft like back in its alpha days. I think I played only a little bit after Redstone. Like most of what I played was pre-Redstone, and I tried it for a little bit post-Redstone. But that's how far back we're talking. And I don't know. I tried Minecraft, I tried No Man's Sky. I like both. I feel like any sort of building-centric game, I'll like get an idea and fuss around with it for a little bit, and then I get bored. I stop playing it. I'm glad you like it here, Knight. I appreciate it. I appreciate you always coming by to hang out. And I am maybe some of those things that you have said. I am indeed a VTuber, that much is true. I don't know. I think I either struggle to come up with interesting projects that I can do. I just don't know what I would want to do. Or, conversely, I end up with like a massive idea. Like after I watched the Dune movies, I wanted to sort of build my own Arrakis-style city in No Man's Sky with, you know, a bunch of buildings and a big sort of ziggurat central complex with landing pads on it and whatnot, right? And I got as far as building like the superstructure of the ziggurat, and I sort of built the outer perimeter of the city. I built like a wall to encase the city, and then I stopped. Right? I think when you start mega projects like that, like really big projects that are going to take a long time to execute on, you really have to break it down into parts that are easier to manage. Because if you're just looking at the whole of the mega project, it's like, there's no way I'm going to do this. There's no way I'm going to be able to keep on top of this and finish all of it. But if you're just like, I'm going to work on this building today and put this building together, and then build out the next one another day, and the next one, and the next one, and on and on. Eventually, you will work through the entire thing. But I think it's easy to get overwhelmed by large projects. Yeah. One guy I knew in college, I think, sort of described it fairly well for me as well. That's like, if I can just, you know, make stuff in other ways, right? I can draw, I can model, etc. I don't necessarily sort of feel the same. What the fuck am I doing? I don't necessarily feel the same sort of like drive to be creative via like a game medium like that necessarily. Yeah, I'm just stupid. Alright, hang on. The grip shouldn't be that long. Shouldn't be so long that you can see the entire grip from behind the character's hand. Cool. That's looking pretty good. Princess of... Well, admittedly, I do not always do a great job with this. I think a lot of times trying to like come up with an interesting character design or, you know, conceptualize anything, it's a really good idea to essentially establish a mood board, right? sort of try and find more concrete examples of what it is that you're trying to do. Because if you can do that, then you're doing less sort of shot in the dark guesswork and more sort of you have a better understanding of what you're trying to do, and then you're just spending more time trying to like narrow down the specifics of that rather than sort of fumbling with mismatched ideas. One of the projects that I would like to do, I think it's going to be probably a next month thing because there's a lot that I want to get to this month, would be like D&D character design, right? Maybe take, say, a random sort of generated prompt, like a race, a class, maybe one or two other details, and then sort of hash out, okay, well, what would this person be? What would they look like? What's their background? You know, what do they have? Find like visual inspirations to try and help flesh out the basic elements of the prompt, right? But sort of to that end, I think what we would wind up with would be, you know, we would get the prompt, and we would probably spend a good amount of the first stream just going online and sourcing ideas, sort of finding interesting elements to bring together. Or, you know, maybe just sort of like hashing out a very basic idea and then going, okay, now what can we bring in that would really add a lot of personality and pizzazz to the character. Just sort of very delicately sketching in the sniper scope, trying to get the core elements of it, if nothing else. Oh, there we go. Perfect spot. Oh, so there's like that little top angle bit is like a mount to put more bullshit on top. You know, just in case the default amount of bullshit wasn't enough for you, we've got our extra bullshit mount. There's always room for more bullshit. There we go. Okay, and then I don't know how much of the stock we're really going to be able to see at this point, but we'll kind of rough it out a little bit. Clean up some of these leftover odds and ends. So the drop is actually slightly behind the scope like that. And then this gets cleaned up. And then that's the full, that's the hinge right there. And then the drop railing right there. You come up, we'll keep this. I don't even know what that's supposed to be, but we'll hold on to it. And then we've got the actual butt of the gun, the butt of the stock right there. Cool. Now the one thing that I'm realizing, I hate guns. I hate guns. is we just sort of have to bring the whole thing up. Because there isn't enough space for the actual... Will you fucking stop? You dumb fucker. God damn it. There we go. I do like lasers. I like guns when I don't have to make them. I was watching, there's a YouTube channel that I watch sometimes called Generation Tech. They do almost all Star Wars videos, but they go sort of deeper into like some of the ideas and do deep dives on various elements from the shows and movies and whatnot. And they had one recently looking at a bunch of the different guns in Andor. And a lot of the sort of prop making work that they did for Andor very much sort of went back to the roots of Star Wars and were like, you know, existing guns, you know, real world guns that just got a bunch of shit like glued onto them, bolted onto them. So there's like recognizable forms from real world arsenals, but then they've been Star Warsified, have little extra like capacitors and battery packs and knickknacks added to them, vent rails, stuff like that. One of the things but the head is bigger than average. The head of what? The character? All Star Wars, most of them, not all of them, most of them. Some of them are later, some of them are earlier. There's a couple that are actually based off of World War I guns. Yeah, I can scale the head down a little bit. Easy fix. Probably have to adjust the next sum to compensate. One of the things I really respect about Tony Gilroy, the showrunner for Andor, is if you listen to him in interviews, the dude is not a Star Wars dude. He is not like a big Star Wars nerd that knows all of the lore and all of the specifics and can go, you know, just like photographic memory read off, you know, facts and figures about the movies or the timelines or any of that. Cool. But Andor has an amazingly good attention to detail, right? There is a lot of like throwback or, you know, nods to stuff that has been in other Star Wars franchises, other Star Wars stuff, you know, video games and comics. A lot of the like designs are very lore accurate, very specific. But that's not coming from Tony. Tony doesn't know those things because he's not a deep Star Wars nerd. But what that says to me is that Tony knows how to find good people who know things. And importantly, he knows how to listen to those people. He knows when to call on people that knows things that he doesn't and have them fill in the blanks, add to it, and not just sort of try and one-man band the entire project. That's really important in a lead position. I have a lot of respect for that. I respect that he seems to have a lot of recognition and acknowledgement for other people on this project. And, you know, I'm just sort of gesticulating about sort of what I can see from the outside. Maybe he's a nightmare to work with. I don't know. I've never had the privilege. But that fact does say to me that he respects his team and is willing to work with them, not just tell them what to do. Yeah, where are we? Oh, where? Damn, we're almost out of time. Got about a half hour left for tonight. Let me see. I don't like what I did to this. Let's walk it back. How do we... Maybe we just ditch it. Yeah, let's just ditch it. I definitely want to keep it like nice and sort of loose fitting, but it's gotta make sense to do that, right? Go. Yeah, you can kind of go over like that. Okay, and then we're gonna sort of draw the through line of the coat like that, just so that it doesn't completely disappear behind the gun. We still have some reference of where it's showing up. adjust sort of the angle of the front end of the chest so it doesn't feel overly big. Unless it's supposed to be big. I don't know. Is it supposed to be? What are we talking here? Pancakes? Oranges? Mommy milkers? I'm just going for kind of a modest, fairly average, I suppose. Maybe a little on the large side. They're all good to me. Oh, I'm not saying any of them are bad. I just want to know what the intention is. Alright, cool. So I think we're off to a good start here. I'm gonna bring our fella back, right? Because now he's starting to lag behind. Also, his head is now too big. So we gotta rebalance that. I think it's also a little bit too tall. A little bit more. There we go. Okay, and then his pistol is a much simpler design than the other one, than the rifle, but I still want to make sure that it gets the attention to detail that it needs. Oh, a trick check. Should be doing more of that. Here, let me back up a little bit. Ho-ho! Hello! I'm swishy now. I'm very swishy. Yeah, unfortunately, so the one arguable downside is the two parts, the blouse and the dress, don't really separate from each other that well. They don't work very well on their own, but it's okay. I'm still really happy with how it came out. No, I'm not gonna mess with it. I keep thinking about going in, trying to clean stuff up. I'm like, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good. Hey. It's very warm in my room. I'm gonna roll my sleeves up. There you go. Thank you for the drip check. Temptations. Always. Always. Oh, I'm glad you guys like it. I know a lot of times with summer outfits, you know, people are thinking like smoking hot bikini model or whatever. This is like the opposite of that. So I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Thank you. Besides, I'm pretty sure if I tried to do a bikini, Twitch would bonk me. Because I show the most tempting and salacious of all body parts. The hips. Probably depends on what day it is. I mean, any day is a good day for hips. But true. Tuesday, Twitch might be completely okay with it. And then Thursday, oh no. No, no hips. No hips, that's a paddling. One of these days I will learn how to actually draw hands. I mean, it's not today, but one day I will. Okay, so then the other fingers are gonna come down like that, and the gun is gonna be more visible. Okay. Good. Sort of. Mostly. I think this is actually a bit too long. I'm sort of sure with that. Yeah, it's way too thick. It's way too thick. There we go. And then this thumb is gonna go right here. And then the other hand is gonna sort of go like that. And I think one more time We're gonna make the hands bigger, gun bigger, and sort of bring it closer like that. Alright, now we can work a little bit on actually giving this guy more of, you know, a personality and a face. Not just make him some kind of weird twink. Double check. Okay, yeah. I'm assuming also that you wanted the helmet off. Probably should have asked before I spent a bunch of time filling out the face, but it just kind of made sense. Keep the face. There we go. I don't think I did the same sort of planar alignment check on the lady that I did on the fella. Might need to go back in and give that another pass just to be sure that everything's lining up well. He looks so pouty. He's got this little lip going, oh. I'm just gonna adjust the position of the iris a little bit. Move the gaze upwards. Just to sort of line it up with what's going on over here. Oh, wavy. Okay, and then the fade sort of comes down the side of the head, like this. Good. Okay, I think that's working pretty well. We'll keep sort of playing with the hair. I've got more of like an outer silhouette approximation. It's not really broken up in like a natural way or a volumetric way. So we'll have to sort of take that into account as we go forward. I think it's a good start. Let's see, gun's looking better. I'm still not in love with it, but it'll work. It'll get us going in the direction that we want to. Okay, and then what are we doing with... Okay, I might freaking notepads strapped to their thighs, which I suppose makes sense when you're sitting in the cockpit. Your legs are sort of laid out flat in front of you, so you can have all these like notes and stuff strapped to them, and they're easy to read. It just looks very silly when you're standing there and you have all this paper like hanging off your pants. I'm not gonna include that part. That part's silly. I love it. I love it. It's very practical, but it's very silly looking. bit. Get some more correct, like, squashing and layering of the outfit. So yeah, then we've got pretty hefty belt here, right? Gotta hold up these chaps and everything. I'm assuming they're called I don't know what it would be. Pants. Flight pants. Flight chaps. There we go. And then we've got sort of the shirt, which will go like that, right? No, so we got the shirt down here, and then we've got the vest with all the pouches and bullshit strapped to it. This is gonna sit on top. And that can have a zipper construction sort of sits like that. So yeah, the shirt muffin tops a little bit out, and then the vest is just sort of like free floating. So it's not gonna muffin top, but it is gonna be wider. I actually kind of like that little divot. It just feels very like, I don't know. It feels somehow more real, but it's not like a perfect cylinder. There's sort of like some wobble, some imperfection, shifting to the form as he moves around. We call those happy accidents. I'm gonna hide her for a second because I need to see what the fuck is going on back here. Okay. Okay, I think I get it. I think I know what I want to do. Yep, more pouches. Pouches for days. Yeah, we'll sort of hold this down with a strap like that. And then maybe we can see a little bit of the strap holding this one in place. And sort of widen it out a little bit more. The fuck is this? What was I doing? I never know what I'm doing. There we go. Okay, I do think that's going in the right direction now. I'm happy with it. I'm feeling it. Artemis, I hope it's working for you as well. If it's not, do please let me know, and we can work on getting it in the right direction. was wondering about gloves. Yes, I definitely do wear flight gloves. Looks like there's there's a pretty substantial Velcro strap, I think, to help sort of cinch the sleeve down when it's appropriate. Oh, no worries. I was just saying, you know, if I'll send you a screenshot of it later, for your review, but after the stream is over. But if there's anything that you're not liking about it, any changes that you want to see, anything that's like not working for you, let me know, and we'll get it going in the right direction. Yeah, we need to wrap up in just a minute. Cool. Let me put all of these other ones, all these other layers that we're not going to use. We're going to just go group those up and get rid of them. There you go. Organize this a bit better. There we go. Okay, cool. I like it. I like it. I think it's off to a really good start. I did see your message, so we'll talk about that. But yeah, I think it's definitely going in the right direction. Like I said, if there's anything that you do feel like, no, that's not quite right, let me know. We can definitely take a look and sort of pivot. This is a good time to pivot, right? We've got a good idea of where we're going with it, and now we can really sort of work on making sure that all the correct details and everything are in place. Okay, well, with all of that said, I think it is time that we call it a night. But thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming out to the summer debut. I'm glad you liked the outfit. I really appreciate it. It makes me happy, and it makes me happy that you like it too. Let's go ahead and switch back to the landing screen, since we have our shiny new background that we can enjoy. Yay! It's so colorful. And let's see who we can raid tonight. Let's see who is. It's Tuesday. It's Choomsday. Aw, thank you. Let's see. Lily is playing some Sea of Thieves. Eve is playing Twilight Princess. Chino has been streaming for 16 hours. Oh my god. So just a reminder, we are not going to be having a stream on Saturday because I will be out of town. So, Thursday is going to be our long stream for the week. Normally we start at 7 Pacific. We're going to be starting 4 hours earlier. We're going to be starting at 3 Pacific. So, please double check the schedule on Discord. And plan accordingly. I hope to see you all there. I understand it is a change in the schedule, so I understand if you can't make it, but I hope so. And in either case, I hope you have a very good week ahead. The bots are fighting again. Oh, Allie's playing... Oh, I think the last chapter of Deltarune came out. Now I can finally play it. At last, I can finally play Deltarune. Alright, why don't we... I think it's been a while since we said hi to Belen. Belen is working on an art commission herself. It looks like a massive one, honestly. That's... Good lord, that's a lot of characters. Alright, why don't we go say hi to Belen? See what she's up to. we'll keep just sort of chilling with some art for a while. So, yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you like everything. I'm very happy about it. I'm happy just with like the upgrades in general. I'm happy with the outfit. I'm just happy to keep making new stuff for you guys. Let's see, what should our main message be? Let's do a pride raid. That seems like a good way to kick off the month. Alright, let's go say hi to Bellin. I am enjoying streaming. I enjoy getting to hang out with you guys. I enjoy getting to talk about this, that, and the other. A lot of nerd stuff, you know, just kind of whatever's going on. And, you know, work on art and play the games. Like, I get to play, I get around to playing a lot of games that I wouldn't have otherwise. And I work on a lot more art than I think I would without having the streams. Like, I sometimes look at the folders of the years before I started streaming and then the years once I started streaming, and the amount of stuff that I've done is so much more. So I do feel like that is largely thanks to you guys. Thanks to doing the streams and being here with all of you. Alright, yeah, let's go say hi to Bella. There we go. Alright. So yeah, Thursday. Probably. I'm thinking we're gonna play another game demo. Got a couple more to go through. I'm thinking Void Sales, but we'll kind of see where we settle by then. And then we might do a Hades run. Probably just the one. Because I definitely want to give this as much love this week as we can. And then, yeah, I will be off for the weekend. So that's the plan. And we'll see how the plan evolves from here. But thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the support, the bits, the subs, the hanging out, the chatting, and for being my choomies. Happy Pride. And I hope everyone has a very good night and a very good midweek. I hope you all get to have something good to eat, have something good to drink, do something fun, sneak a little rest in there. And as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves, because you guys are doing a great job. I'm really proud of you. And I really appreciate you. So thank you guys.